distribute the cards to members who are seated in their seats. Please distribute so that we can start with this voting. If you are not seated, and if you are not seated or you are not seated in your seat, you are not going to get your card that will enable you to vote. Clark.
Amendment. Okay. Nina chief of staff. Leadership.
Sergeant at Arms, please hurry up. We need to get started.
I didn't see.
I'm coming, sir. Please, you were our coordinator the other time. When I go, where should I snap and send you? He didn't inside my wallet. I'm telling you, you know it. So, please, they've given me another card. Yes, ma'am. So, this one, no, that one is not. I want to say the other card work. So, when I want to know where.
Honorable Linda, please take your seats. Honorable members, have we all collected our cards? Voting cards. If you don't have your voting card, please raise your hand. Clark, who's distributing the cards? There on this side, there's a couple of people who are not. Who? Who's distributing the cards? Huh? And so who? So that they can go and give this people here. Huh? Mohammed, is he here?
Number 59 is 0. We are not doing diaspora voting.
It's not possible now.
Diaspora.
We don't have the machinery.
There is no need.
We don't have the technical know how to
We
do
don't even have, even we that we are here, we don't know how many we are.
Yes.
What did happen now? You go just you fight. What did happen? How madam?
There was a time I was looking for you to give you something. I gave it to friend and you say you don't meet me.
No problem. Anytime. No worries.
For me and you do 2 years.
When we close, come to the office.
Yeah, you can. Hey, Chia.
Labring guy, Nisa.
Chia, I can give you.
Labring guy. This is your issue. Yesterday, what we did for 9th Assembly,
Morning.
Senate has we have management have
Shaban.
so remaining 9 1.
Right on the
So what we added, I think you are amending it. You said you have amendment. No problem. Just write.
Do you have your cards now over there? You still don't have your cards.
We decided as couple 10 years.
How long?
No, we're meeting with finance today. Well, our fear is funding. It's not what we are getting.
I was in your support.
The man might say he's not funding. We shouldn't fight with him. Now, what we want to agree with the woman is, after we've done the amendment, we will plead with her with okay, first and foremost, we don't want you. But April, May, give us zip. 100%. If we're able to get our zip by April, May.
Primary election is in June.
Yeah,
It's in May. No, you must submit the
Okay,
results
by
of primary by June 12th.
It's in May, yes.
So tell her,
so she has to look for the 100 billion in April to release.
exactly.
So that we don't need to be arguing with them. The most important thing, let them release the money. So we are meeting her today. Me and Baron. We will discuss and brief you guys what they call the next one.
But I'll bring it to them.
Yes, sir. So that is our thing. Yeah, the remaining one now I will tell him to give us the 16. Since our own is much. Our own, then their own 6, then their own 8. Because them Senate they were saying why they have. I saw it. So that we don't have issues. They are bringing 7 and 8 assemblies issues. Let's deal with it. Okay, I'm the line. Okay, I'll tell you. Yes, sir.
So they can raise the vouchers now.
Immediately, because we want them to bring it so that we take it to finance. We don't want to bring it to the other than start having the issues of not paying. So arrange all your things together. What you should arrange now, you arrange all your 8 assemblies together. What is your contact there?
Total is about 34.
No, they said our own is 9th assembly.
9th assembly is 15.
15. So what we do now, you give it to one, we tell them to give you collect the 16. Because you have 10 in the budget. So that when you give them the 16, you split it. They will send for now, you should take like your own. No,
Anybody who has been chief of
because of the 20, you will take the highest.
Anybody who has been chief of staff to the government should not come to this house. Anybody that has more than
So you are not coming to the house? You are not coming? No. We have your account room.
yes.
If you want me to tell you your whole statement, I will tell you tomorrow.
I thought their preparation.
No, I'll give you a statement.
Okay, Sergeant at Arms, please take your seats. Sergeant at Arms, please, everybody take your seat. We are ready to start.
Yes, are doing the amendment.
You can treat your friends like this.
Yeah.
We are doing amendment.
You can treat
Do
your
you have
friends.
issue? Do you have issue with your budget? You don't have issue
Now,
now.
that's 200,000, 200 million the other man took. This for him all. That you're
But
supposed
you
to.
know me, I have tried the man do what you like.
No, the man said the man agreed with you that you do 100 million. In 2 years, you could reflect. The agency, the special woman.
Yes.
You know, he came to my office.
You say what? There's no deal in that office.
Honorable Buba,
If you tell
do you have your cards now?
tell her. Every day.
You have your cards now? All right.
No day I will not see him.
Okay. Honorable members, we are about to start. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Take your seats. Your cards will come. Just take your seats, please. We are about to start. Honorable Francis, please take your seats.
I'm not voting for state to collect because I don't want state.
Honorable members, take your seats, please. Honorable Onanuga, take your seat. Honorable Shaban, take your seat.
Every member should be seated now. Every member should be seated now.
Honorable Kalambana, take your seat.
No member should be standing. Every member should be seated. We're about to start proceedings. Honorable Namdas.
Chairman Federal Character, take your seat. Chairman Army, Honorable Namdas, resume your seat. Be seated. Honorable Payengao, go to your seat. Honorable Fagengao, go to your seat. Honorable Uji Kingsley, take your seat. Honorable Uji Kingsley, take your seat.
Honorable Wale, okay, where are you going?
Honorable Kaoje, go back to your seat. Honorable Kaoje, go back to your seat. Honorable Sergio Sogun, go back to your seat.
Please take
Honorable
your seat.
Sergio
Honorable
Sogun, resume
Sergio.
your seat.
Take your seat. You can talk from your seat. Take your seat.
Honorable Kaoje, quickly
Everybody
resume
is
your
complaining
seat.
about the heat. The
Speaker is
earlier
waiting
we
for you
get
to
out of here,
resume
the
your
better.
seat.
All right. So, honorable colleagues, insert your cards, please, into your system. Once you insert your cards, you should have a message that a welcoming message confirming the unit activation. Make sure you are seated in your assigned seat. Honorable members, whatever you vote for, whatever amendment you vote for, will be recorded that you voted this way or that way. That's how parliaments work. That is how parliaments work. So, vote your conscience, vote the wishes and desires as best as you can of your constituents. We require 2/3 for most of the amendments, except for, I think, 3 amendments that require 4/5, which is 288. That will be Clause 13, Clause 63, and Clause 64. They require 4/5, which will be 288. The remaining 2/3, the remaining provisions require 2/3, which is 240. So we'll go straight to the order of the day before we begin our proceedings. The order of the day is a consideration of 68 reports of the Special Ad Hoc Committee on the review of the 1999 Constitution. Honorable members will recall that the reports were laid on Wednesday, 23rd of February 2022. I now call upon the Deputy Speaker of the House, Honorable Ahmed Idris, to move for the consideration of the reports.
Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, Namdas, you still have one more year to spend here.
Please, honorable members, please, one house, please. Go ahead, Deputy Speaker.
They'll take care of you, don't worry.
We have no cards for gubernatorial aspirants.
Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, my name is Ahmed Idris. I represent Wasai, Federal Constituency of Plateau State. Your Excellency, first to show my appreciation and the appreciation of the committee for the job you assigned us to do, and to thank you immensely for the support and contribution for the journey that we have achieved so far. It is my fervent prayer that the House will consider. In the light of that, Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, and I want to save the legislative time of the House too, instead of reading the entirety of the clause by clause, to beg Mr. Speaker and respected colleagues to just assign the number of the clauses as I read the first one, so that we'll just move into consideration instead of reading every clause on the floor. Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, I move that the House consider the report of the Special Ad Hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on the bill for an act to alter the provision of Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to abrogate the joint account, the state joint account, local government account, and provide for special account into which shall be paid all allocations due to local government councils from the federation accounts and from the government of the state and for related matters and approved recommendations therein laid. Mr. Speaker, I move that in the same light that we consider clause 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, clause 38, clause 39, clause 40, clause 42, report 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. Report of the committee 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. Report number 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, and 68. Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, I so move for the consideration of this report. Thank you very much. I so submit.
Thank you. Minority Leader, can you please second?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain Honorable Ndudi Godwin Elumelu, and I represent the good people of Aniocho Shimilifera constituency. I'm proudly from Delta State. I rise to second the motion moved by the Deputy Speaker of the House and also the Chairman of the Constitutional Review that we do consider the report from number 1 to 68. I so second.
Thank you. Those in support that this motion is considered, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. The House Leader, please move that the House do resolve to the Committee of the Whole to consider the reports.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My respected colleagues, I remain Honorable Ado Dogwa, representing the good people of Chudunwada, Dogwa Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I am from Kano State. Mr. Speaker, I rise upon your directives to move that this honorable House, at this very historic moment, move into the Committee of the Whole to consider reports as presented by the Chairman of the Special Committee on Constitutional Review, Right Honorable.
Honorable Gimba, resume your seat.
Honorable Gimba has a special message for the leader. Gimba, please deliver your message. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I would like to take it once again. Mr. Speaker, I rise upon your directives, honorable members, to move that this honorable House...
You can let the whip know.
Moment,
Let the principal officers know what your message is. Go ahead.
to move into the Committee of the Whole to consider the report as presented by the Chairman House Committee, Special Ad Hoc Committee on Constitutional Review, Right Honorable Ahmed Idris Wase, and as contained on our order paper numbering 1 to 68. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I rise to move that this House do so accordingly. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you. Any? Yes, let's go with one of the smaller parties. Honorable Obina, you go ahead.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Obina Chidoka, member representing Idemili North, Idemili South Federal Constituency of Anambra State, a member of the PDP, the largest political party in Africa. I so second the motion ably moved by the leader of the House that this House do accordingly move to consideration of the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Obina.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever heard the phrase delusions of grandeur? Ask Toby, he will explain what it means to you.
There are no delusions here, Mr. Speaker.
I think we have a special request. Leader, before we go into the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, my respected colleagues. I rise once again to seek the indulgence of the Honorable Speaker and the Honorable House based on the information reaching me that we have the wife of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria wanting to join us to witness these proceedings. And on this ground, Mr. Speaker, I so move that we suspend relevant. Please.
Honorable colleagues, honorable colleagues. Honorable colleagues. Honorable Obina. Honorable Chidoka. Honorable Toby. Honorable Daniel Asuko. Honorable Chinda. Abonta. The fact that I refer to you guys as one of the smaller parties does not mean you should be saying no, shouting no. The Honorable Benila, please second.
Just a second.
My name is Benila. I represent Lantan North and South. I want to crave the indulgence of the men.
Please.
Just a second.
I second that the wife of the vice president come into the chambers and be allowed in. Please. For the sake of the women, please.
Just a second.
I hereby second.
All right. So, those against me say name. The ayes have it.
Chief Whip, and Deputy Whip, please. Shine matalan. In muka treating haka, wallahi za a ba mu different interpretation.
All right. So, having suspended our rules for admission, the whip can usher the second lady into the chambers. And I believe the leader of the house suspended order 7 to allow us, to allow me preside, resolves to the committee of the whole. Honorable colleagues, please be seated and take your seats. We are about to start voting. No, let's start. I'm just going to start reading. They'll see that later. Honorable colleagues, the first report to be considered is that of the Special Ad Hoc Committee on the Review of the 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to abrogate the state joint local government accounts and provide for a special account into which shall be paid all allocations due to local government councils for the federation account and from the government of the state. And for related matters, I now invite Honorable Ahmed Idris to give the synopsis. I don't think there's any need for the synopsis. We'll just go straight to voting.
Mohammed, please. Honorable Chairman Agri Production. Chairman Agri Production, take your seat.
Fine. They say that's the one that is activated for me. How do we do this?
Then you have to go back there.
I'm going to make sure it's working. Is this my card?
No, your card is already
But you should have understand that committee of
Yeah.
votes starts from here. It's not like that.
I understand.
Let the committee of votes from there. Maybe what they are going to do now, you there go there and then do the command.
Okay.
When you say voting start, you press the command.
Who?
No, it's just for him to choose.
Huh?
It's just for him to choose his option. When you say vote starts now, you start the voting.
That's not saying that you will be there to do the controlling.
The control, we're doing it downstairs. It's just for him to choose his own.
I don't need to vote.
Okay, then
I'm not supposed to vote.
And then there's no issue. When you say vote starts
But how
now,
do we
you start
read? How do we read the votes, the numbers, the? Wait, so don't go yet. Let's make sure. Okay. I think we should first quickly, before we vote, test run, and so know if we have the requisite number. We can even do that with the first clause. So let's vote on the first clause. That way we'll know our numbers when we vote on the first clause. So the question is that clause 1 should form part of the report. No, I'm not putting. When do I know when it starts? When do I know when it starts?
Just say they'll load the question. You see the question.
Yeah, but they haven't loaded it. I've put the question already. Maybe the first vote, let us know whether we have 240. Is up? Huh? All right. Clause 1, voting starts now. It's in front of you. Hi. They're asking me what is clause 1. Something that is in front of them. The clauses are in the order paper. If you don't know what clause you are voting for, go to your order paper. You see there, clause 1 in the report. No, it failed. It failed. 235. No, you need 240. It's 235. We have the quorum. We have the quorum, but 235 said no. I mean, 235 said yes. We didn't get to call it. Honorable colleagues, honorable colleagues, honorable colleagues. No, we have to talk, but what's the number here? That said yes. Then there was another 10. That's 245. Quorum? Yes, sir. Total of 245? Yes, sir. What's the quorum? No, we have quorum. 240 to pass. 240. What is the quorum? We have about already voted. There's 253. We have quorum. We don't have the numbers of them saying yes. And then people will vote for them. No. Reporters will. That's fraud. Yeah, we just did by this vote. Honorable colleague, honorable colleagues, please be seated. Please be seated. Honorable colleagues, please, let's just take our seats, please. Let's take our seats, please. Kai, please take your seats now. Let's take our seats, please. Honorable colleagues, that was a test run, and we're going to do it again. Please be seated. We're about to vote again. Clause by clause. Honorable colleagues, so please take your seats. We're going to. Honorable colleagues, we're just going to take another vote to ascertain our numbers in chambers. If you can set up so that we can just take the votes. So have it on the screen, put it up on the screen so that we'll just do another test run to know how many members are here. So we're waiting for you, Mohammed. Where's Mohammed? What is it? The system is not working. Two of them, their systems are not working. Then when you touch it, it doesn't highlight. The result is not coming up. I will come and see. And show him your seat. Show him your seat.
Maybe this video and the announcement.
Right. It's already bad enough. It's simple.
It's there.
To
But
pass.
Side check, no pie check, that's no issue. So we can only use this. We don't use pie check. We can only make other ones. But we can't get that.
Can't get what? 240. We've done it before in this house. We've done something. This is not the first time we're doing constitutional review. No problem. At what exactly?
We shift or we cancel electronic voting and we do it manually.
But the number
The number we still have to.
you have to verify the number. It's not the voting.
Engineer,
These are the couple parts that came late.
ayi abun nan.
Two.
Da kuma na wannan site din. Kirga mana wannan site din. Kirga. Aba.
Honorable members, where are you going? Honorable Efumelu. So what? Honorable members. What kind of rubbish is this? And this one is in the all right. Honorable members, we'll listen to Honorable Toby's point of order. But we've done a head count. We have roughly about 290 members here. We're going to continue with the process. But before that, Honorable Toby, what's your point of order? Princess Miriam and Honorable Nolly, please. Princess Nana, where are you going? Miriam, where are you going? Don't go and bring anybody. No, you need to come back. Ah. I don't know why his mic is not working. It's not working.
Please, honorable members, please, honorable members, please, let's cooperate. Honorable Toby is on the floor and is protected by the chair. Please, let's listen to him in absolute silence. Please, please, please.
Leader, allow him to use your...
He does not even have any campaign voice here. Use your natural voice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable colleagues. Mr. Chairman, I want to come under our rules. And this is by way of Order 9 regarding rules to behavior of members. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I'm mindful that we are called as parliamentarians to do our job, which is legislating for the Federal Republic. Mr. Speaker, I know amending the Constitution, you are touching the very nerve of our grown-up. Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, our rules states clearly under Order 9, Rule 4.2, every member of the House, when he comes into the chamber, shall take his seat and shall not at any time stand in any of the passages or gangways. Mr. Chairman, it is also expected that members of this parliament should listen silently when reports members are contributing. And of those days, today is very special. We first have to know our numbers. 2, we need to answer our names, and that is by voting. I will plead that we all subject ourselves to the rules of the House, to the order of the House, so that one of the most fundamental duties of Parliament, which is making law, not just ordinary law, but voting for the alteration of the Constitution of the Federal Republic, is well attended to. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Toby. You've raised a very cogent point of order. Honorable colleagues, we're here to do a very sacred duty. Honorable Bago, you just came in. Please allow us to conduct these proceedings. We are here to do a very sacred duty. It's 10 minutes till 1 now. We're here to vote for constitutional amendment. We cannot do that in a rowdy session. As Honorable Toby has said, let us comport ourselves as parliamentarians. We have people in the gallery, including students, who came here to observe proceedings. And this is not what they came to observe. We're live on TV. Your constituents are watching you. Please let us act with decorum. There's no big deal. It's not difficult to vote on clause by clause on a report. We've done this day in, day out for years. So let's hold our horses and do what we need to do, whilst I welcome the wife of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Mrs. Dolapo Oshibajo. You're welcome to the House of Representatives. There is no need to try to second guess or it's clear for most of us why you are here, which is to support the provisions in the Constitution that are due for amendment, to contribute and to lend your own support. We're still at our travel. We're about to go to consideration of the reports. The House will do everything it needs to do dispassionately to look at the clauses that concern the women, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we may be able to do what needs to be done to amend the Constitution. There are about 3 or 4 provisions that concern women, and we'll try and tick all the 4 boxes if we can. Or tick as many boxes as we can on those 4 provisions. So you're welcome. Well, thank you very much. Honorable colleagues, we're going to go straight to clause 1. Bill 1, I understand there's a little bit of confusion, so let me try and...
Mr. Speaker, what are we doing at the moment?
First of all, let's do a quick quick test run.
Aha.
Mohammed, we're doing a quick test run. Can you turn on the system?
Members should know that we're on a test run, please.
Well, if you came in late and you don't have your card, please remain standing so that they can come straight to you and hand over your card. Anybody that doesn't have a card that came in late, please remain standing for identification so that they can quickly come to you and give you your card. Yeah, I understand the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs is also here. I'm sorry. You're welcome, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much for all that you're doing. I'll just mention clause 1, clause 2, clause 3, right? Mohammed, are we ready for the test run? All right.
Take your seat.
We're about to take attendance. As you can see on your screen, it says attendance. Voting starts now. You can vote anyhow you want. Okay, so we have 272. I'm assuming that everybody voted. We have 272. Most of the bills need to be, we need to have 240 for any bill or any clause to pass. The first one is a bill there's a system that's not working here. No, you can only vote from his own seat. Yeah, no, you can only vote from your own seat because it's going to record your vote. Is Mohammed there? We'll have somebody come and check your system out. The first bill is a bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to abrogate the state joint local government accounts and provide for a special account into which shall be paid all allocations due to local government councils from the federation account and from the government of the state and for related matters. Clause 1. Voting starts now. The ayes have it. The second is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to establish local government councils as a tier of government and guarantee their democratic existence and for related matters. To guarantee the existence of local governments as their democratic existence, which is bill number 2. Voting starts now. Honorable colleagues, please vote in silence. Vote in silence. We're halfway there. There will be no clause by clause unless absolutely necessary. The heading, it's about. We have 15 noes, 258 ayes, and no abstention. Honorable colleagues, remember that your voting pattern is on record, and your constituents will be aware of which way you voted. The third bill is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to change the names of Afikpo North and Afikpo South local government areas and for related matters. Please put this up on the screen. We're waiting for the screen. Bill number 3. All right. It's been changed to Afikpo South. Change of names of Afikpo North and Afikpo South local government areas. Voting starts now. Voting starts now. They forgot to write the name.
Unchi to Gari local government, please.
Right on the mark, 240. Carried. Number 4 is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to change the name of Kunchi local government area
To Gari local government, sir.
to Gari is, you have the report.
Gari local government.
To Gari local government. Please put this up on the screen. Let's be quick about it.
To Gari local government, sir. We lobby, honorable members, please.
Voting starts now.
No, what we're doing is the right thing. Others are explorating memoranda and whatever.
Exactly.
That's it.
Even the heading said everything. I don't know why this thing is not.
This one now, sir. When you come to this one, this Yewa North and Yewa South. You are changing this. They are going to south to Yewa. To Yewa.
Okay. Okay. Carried. 267 ayes, 2 nays, and 9 abstaining. So that's carried. The bill number 5, a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to change the names of Egbado North and Egbado South local government areas to Yewa North and Yewa South, and for related matters. Voting starts now. Can you go and tell them that? Please, put bill number 5 on the screen. Whoever is in the control room, bill number 5. We need it on the screen so members can vote. The voting starts now. Zadana, are you removing your regalia? The place is too hot for you.
Yes, Mr.
Voting
Speaker.
starts now.
Very hot.
Yes. Yes. If you now say, oh, you are in, and then you now come, and we don't get, I'll run away from you. I will run away. So we have about roughly about 360 out. So carried, hopefully, Egbado North and Egbado South will now be referred to Yewa, hopefully, if it goes through the state assemblies. Number 6, bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to change the name of Barikin Ladi local government. Voting starts now. What does she want? Honorable members, whilst we're voting, nobody should approach the chair or cross the aisle. Otherwise, we'll get into a rowdy session. Please, let everybody stay in their seats. This is not the time for lobbying. Honorable Benny, too late. Too late. Should have done that ages ago. But you'll get it, don't worry. Honorable Sani Zangodara, is your thing working now? Honorable Zangodara, is it working? What is it? Please. Please. No. Abstaining. So that has failed. Number 7, a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to correct the name of Atigbo local government area to Atisbo or something like that, local government area. Voting starts now. Atisbo. That's all. $245. Carried. Next is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to correct the name of Obia Akpo local government of Rivers State. Voting starts now. Honorable colleagues, let's make sure we're all voting. Carried. Bill number 9. A bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to provide for the financial independence of state houses of assembly and for the state house of assembly and the state judiciary and for related matters. Voting starts now. Who voted no? There was one no vote. Identify yourself. If you are brave enough, identify yourself. If you are brave enough, identify yourself.
Mr. Speaker.
Halims, was that you?
No. It was out of human error.
So we cancel that one vote. If you are not man enough or woman enough to identify yourself.
Mr. Chairman, it must have been a human error.
Human error. Even if you are not identifying yourself publicly, the records are there. You know yourself. Carried. Yeah, 286 for and 1 against. Carried. Bill number 10 is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1992, to compel persons to obey or comply with legislative summons and for related matters. Voting starts now. It's a different one, don't worry. Well, 290 votes for, no vote against, and nobody abstained. Carried. A bill for an act, number 11, a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to regulate the first session and inauguration of members-elect of the National and State House of Assembly and for related matters. Voting starts now. Honorable colleagues, the last vote we had 290 voting yes. Now we have 287 voting yes, 1 abstaining, and nobody voted no. That means 2 people did not. People did not vote.
Please, one
Honorable
house,
colleagues, please let us stay through the votes.
One house, please.
Let us stay through the votes. We don't want members trickling out. We have a constitutional responsibility to do what we're doing. I will have to call out anybody I see walking out. And I can see a couple of people. I'll have to call your name so that your constituents will know you are leaving during constitutional review.
Absolutely. You are right, the chair. Please, honorable members, please be guided.
So the ayes have it on vote on bill number 11. Bill number 12, a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to institutionalize legislative bureaucracy in the Constitution and for related matters. Amendment? Who's that? Honorable Ningi? Please. Is your mic working? Yes, he's the one that won't raise it. If your mic is not working, please come to the front. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Right Honorable Speaker, my respected colleagues, Mr. Chairman, my respected colleagues, my name is Abdullahi Saad Abdul Qadir. I'm representing Ningi Warji Federal Constituency. Mr. Chairman, my respected colleagues, I'm from Bauchi State, the new oil and gas producing state. Mr. Chairman, I rise to move for amendment of clause 10 of this bill 12. And let me refer us to that clause 10. It is seeking to alter part 1, 3rd schedule, page 4 of your report to page 5. Now, if you go to page 5, subsection 2, it says that the President of the Senate shall, in consultation with the Speaker of the House of Representatives, submit to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria a proposed list out of which the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria shall nominate for appointment a chairman and members of the commission subject to confirmation by the Senate. Mr. Chair, and the Senate have coordinate jurisdiction. And if we go by this alteration, it will mean that the House is now subordinate to the Senate. With due respect to the Senate, Mr. Speaker, I believe Mr. Chairman, as a member of this House, my privilege will have been infringed upon if I'm made to be a subordinate to the Senate. I therefore move that we shall amend.
Well, can you, rather than together, can you just say and? And. Okay, go ahead. All right, thank you. Any second, Honorable Chidoka.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, please. Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Chairman, Honorable members. My name is Ado Dogwa. I represent the good people of Dogwa, Chudungwada Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, that is a very brilliant observation coming on from the member representing Ningi Warji Federal Constituency. And I would like the House to be conclusive on this matter. It says the Speaker and the Senate But at the end of the clause, it says subject to confirmation by the Senate. This should be subject to confirmation by the National Assembly. Please, that will make it conclusive. Please.
Any seconder to that amendment, Honorable Chidoka? So there are two amendments there.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
My name is Obinna Chidoka, member representing Idemili North, Idemili South Federal Constituency of Anambra State. I rise this afternoon to second the two amendments on clause 10, on 10, moved by my dear honorable colleagues, that we shall, no. Subject to confirmation.
Amendment. Let me just do a voice vote on that. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So we vote on the clause now as amended. Voting on the bill as amended.
Honorable Yunusa, resume your seat.
Two 87 for, one against. That's carried as amended. Carried. Related matters. This actually requires 288 votes. For forfeits, it's 288. If you don't have a card, please stand so that
Honorable Salame, we are voting. Please come back to your seat. Honorable Salame, take your seat.
Okay.
Salame, look at you there again. We have two Salames. Look at one Salame at the top.
Voting starts now. Everybody vote, please. Who is that? Who is that stepping out? Who's that? Honorable Salame, please come and take your seat.
It's not Salame. Salame is already seated. That is Salame fake. Salame fake.
You have about 10 seconds to vote. You have 10 seconds to vote. Please give him a card. People voted no. Honorable colleagues, can you read out the... Honorable colleagues, I'm going to have the Deputy Speaker read out the provision that we are voting on, in case you don't understand. Because I can see that 19 people voted no. So that for clarity,
Mr. Speaker,
so that we know what we're voting.
Perhaps that is what they wish.
Respected colleagues, this is very important. This particular alteration addresses the issue when the President withhold assent regarding constitutional amendment. I will give you an example in the past where amendments were done, assent withheld. It makes us suffer to take the entirety of the process now to start from the beginning, go to the assembly, waste public funds, and we thought, since if at all, by the time the bill is reaching the President's table, 2/3 of the state assemblies have taken concur, and the National Assembly have also accepted by 2/3. We should have this number that we're asking that by the time they stand back, the National Assembly should be able to sit down with the number now and make the bill to become a law. And I think that is all right. We want to beg for that understanding. Thank you. Pardon? We vote again. Thank you. Thank you.
So the whole idea is that if there's a presidential withholding of assent, after the National Assembly has passed by 2/3 and the states have passed by 2/3, and there's a presidential withholding of assent and is returned to the House, then only the National Assembly, the two houses, can now override that by 2/3. That's okay. Mohammed, put up the screen again, please. Mohammed, put up the screen again. We need everybody voting. Everybody voting. Voting has started already. Honorable Gagdi, have you voted? The amendment fails. It's 284. We have 10 people on record voting no. We needed 288. We had 284. So that amendment fails. Bill number 14, a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide the procedure for overriding executive veto in respect of ordinary or money bills and for related matters. Honorable Ningi, you again. What's your amendment? Not working. Can you come to the front, please? Why is Honorable Ningi's mic not working? Why is his mic not working?
Just come on.
Since it is a money bill and it's supposed to have emanated from the House, it should be the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Nasir. Yeah, exactly. Who comes Honorable Taiwo Oluga. Honorable Taiwo Oluga, please take your seat. Where are you going? Those in support of the amendment, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. The ayes have it. The clause 14 as amended, the voting starts now. Okay, we're already voting, and then maybe we'll come back. If it's that important, we'll come back to it. Before I hit the gavel, we'll come back to it. Please, let's everybody vote, please.
That all other powers that is donated to the Senate must be concurrently handled by the Speaker and the House of and the Senator.
My brother and respected colleagues, the power donated to us must be exercised in conjunction with the other chambers.
Yes, sir.
And that's why it has to be the convoking the House, or calling for the House to sit, must be in conjunction between the Senate. It's not that we can come and sit alone. No, it says there shall be a joint sitting, and now we are now defining how the joint sitting should take place, and that's why his own amendment has taken care of every other thing that we need. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so number 14 is carried.
Please.
As amended. A bill for an act to alter the number 15. A bill for an act to alter the Constitution of 1999 to
Point of order. Mr. Speaker, point of order. Mr. Chairman, point of order. Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so that amendment fails. We have 2014, 67 saying no, 10 abstaining. Who has the point of order?
Abstain.
Yeah. 201. Okay, I'm ready to move on, but I think the GS wants to explain. Osai is asking for an explanation of the provision.
Yes. Yeah. Well,
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
I think colleagues are getting this thing very wrong. Read the report very well. It's talking about money bills, like budget when we pass budget. What happened if the president refused to sign?
No, we passed that.
No.
It's the presiding.
Thank you. Wait a minute. I will explain to you. I'm sorry. The provision that is here, the relevance was sorted out by the speakers of the state assemblies. Reason being that some people in a room call a few number against the provision of constitution, remove a presiding officer, and we thought we should put a stopgap to that. That is just the purpose. That's just the purpose. And that's important of it. Please. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, sir.
Apparently, this was a request by many of the state speakers because they seem to be an endangered species. But, well, so we'll take it again. We'll take it again.
That was not gavel. That was not gavel.
The 67 are all probably PDP members. I hope you know. Doing things to hurt themselves, their own institution. They are rigging it.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
All right, honorable colleagues, Honorable Gberogbe, please sit down. We're about to vote. Take your seats. We're about to vote. Voting starts now. Who's that? Is that who's walking away on the aisle? Please take your seat. We have to vote now. This is yeah, Honorable Chidoka and friends, you are on TV. You are on TV. Please, you are on TV. Please, you're on TV. We move on to Bill 16. A bill The nays have it. We move on to clause 17. A bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to further strengthen the judiciary for timely dispensation of justice and for related matters. Voting starts now. You know what's mostly PDP people? That's one single. $262 for, 32 nays, and 2 people abstained. So that's carried. Bill number 18, a bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for the timelines within which the civil and criminal causes are heard and determined at trial and appellate courts in order to eliminate unnecessary delay in justice administration and delivery and for related matters. Voting starts now. $292 for, the ayes have it. Carried. Bill number 19 is a bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to ensure uniformity in the retirement age and pension rights of judicial officers of superior courts of record and for related matters. You are saying we should go to 20 before 19? I can't hear. There are too many people talking. What are they saying? Okay, a bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide the timelines. Is that the one? The timelines within, because it says 18 on my, within which civil and criminal causes are heard and determined at trial and appellate courts in order to eliminate unnecessary delay in justice administration and delivery and for related matters. Voting starts now.
Amendment. The word causes is cases. Amendment.
Okay, after we've taken the vote, voting starts now. Please hurry up, and then we'll hear Honorable Musa's amendment. Please go ahead and vote.
Amendment.
Voting starts now.
Amendment.
That's interesting. That means the numbering is wrong.
This one is strong. But what we are doing, they give us the standing order. Just have another copy of this one. Other paper.
Yeah.
To serve.
Yeah, we started off fast, and then all these actions have even ignored.
Correction.
Carried. Oh, Honorable Musa.
Correction.
Forgot.
All this play.
It's on. We have already voted which issue.
Oh, yeah. Please note. Exactly. Yeah. All right. Next is a bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to ensure uniformity in the retirement age and pension rights of judicial officers of superior courts of record and for related matters. Does it, for all the arms of all right, voting starts now. What's that? What is it? Eh? Uniformity in retirement age and pension rights for judicial officers. Carried. A bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to delete the reference to the provisions of the Criminal Code, Penal Code, Criminal Procedure Act, Criminal Procedure Code, or Evidence Act, and for related matters. Voting starts now. Honorable colleagues, please take your seats. Where is he? Honorable, please take your seats, please. Carried 294. Next is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to exclude the period of intervening events in the computation of time for determining pre-election petitions, election petitions, and appeals therefrom, and for related matters. Voting starts now.
Maybe after the judicial reforms.
Honorable Chairman, honorable members, okay.
This is carried.
The votes.
Huh? Oh, okay. Well, we just did this one, right? Okay. A bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to allow court or tribunal proceedings to be conducted remotely, virtually, online, or through any media platform or technological innovation and for related matters. Voting starts now. I don't know how in good conscience they can justify what they just did. 276 votes, 17 no, 1 abstention. It's carried. A bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to expand the interpretation of judicial office to include courts or tribunals created by an act of the National Assembly or a State House of Assembly and for related matters. Voting starts now.
Honorable Benila, please take your seat. Honorable.
A bill for an act.
Honorable Suleiman, Honorable Bagos, resume your seats.
The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to expand the interpretation of judicial office to include courts or tribunals created by an act of National Assembly or State Assembly and for related matters. Voting starts now. Oh, we voted on that one. Okay. The next is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for the post-call qualifications of the Secretary of the National Judicial Council and for related matters.
Yes.
Please upload the screen. Please upload the screen. Voting starts now. It's when I see that I say voting starts. President, which one?
Judicial Reform.
Yeah. Now we suffer.
But we don't suffer. I know it was even last week that we had them in the snow. And I didn't able to take for this one.
And that's why we call the executive session. Maybe we didn't stress it. But you don't even know to call it executive session for that. 288 for. This is carried. A bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to permit public servants to engage in healthcare, education, production and services beyond farming and for related matters. Voting starts now. Carried. The next is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to impose the requirement of fair hearing in the process of recommendation of removal of judicial officers by the State Judicial Service Commissioner for related matters. Voting starts now. Carried. The next is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to include judges of the National Industrial Court in the composition of election tribunals and for related matters. Voting starts now. This one will fail.
A judge is a judge.
Let them do all the nonsense they want to do. Go and wait for them in the Senate. All right, that provision has failed. We move on. I don't know the reason behind that, but
Honorable colleagues, I'm not asking for the voting, but I think we need to be serious. What we're asking for, everybody knows the number of cases in tribunal, and so these are competent people who have not been found wanted, and they were asking them to be included, and you're saying no? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
What is precision? We were here when they were voting. Instead of doing the right thing, you don't want to do. It's so annoying. They know the right thing, they won't want to do. Why are you not?
I think
I want to talk.
we are asking for judicial reform.
Chairman, sir.
And this is part of the judicial reform.
Chairman.
well, I have not hit the gavel, so we'll take that vote again. Mohammed.
Point of order, sir. Point of order, sir.
We'll repeat it.
Some people don't even know what they are voting.
All right, so there's no need for rescission. We haven't hit the gavel, so we'll just take it. We'll take it again. And it is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to include judges of the National Industrial Court in the composition of election tribunals and for related matters. This is to decongest tribunals. Voting starts now. That is carried. A bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to establish the Federal Revenue Court and the revenue courts of a state and for related matters. Okay, it's 29, huh? Wait. This is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to move airports from exclusive legislative list to the concurrent legislative list and for related matters and approve the recommendations therein. Honorable colleagues, this provision seeks to give us more of a semblance of a federal structure. What it seeks is to allow both the federal government and the states to share the responsibility of airports. That is all this is about. Voting starts now. Carried. The next bill is a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to move fingerprints, identifications, and criminal records from the exclusive legislative list to the concurrent legislative list. Voting starts now. You know you told them at the executive session. Why are they shouting like this now?
Dangaladima. Dangaladima. Honorable Dangaladima. Honorable Dangaladima.
290 votes. That is carried. The next is an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to delete prisons in the exclusive legislative list and redesignate it as correctional services in the concurrent legislative list. And for related matters, voting starts now.
Then you move that water be served.
Yeah.
If we can give them better so that can pray, I don't know whether it's possible.
My friends are home. You join your prayer. Sorry. It happens to me every day. Carried. The next is an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Honorable Chairman, honorable members, my name is Mohamed Tahir Monguno. I represent Martin Monguno, Ngeze Federal Constituency of Borno State. Mr.
What's your point of order? Go ahead.
Honorable members, in view of the fact that our rules does not allow members to either chew or drink water in the course of the proceedings, I apply that our rules be suspended so that members can be served water in the course of the proceedings. So that our rules can be suspended, so that water can be served in the course of our proceedings. Thank you.
Clerk, please arrange for water for members and for our guests. Please. The next is a bill for an act to...
The motion, the chief will needs to be seconded to suspend the rules.
It was not a... Okay, to suspend the rules?
To enable water to be served.
Honorable Mani, yes, second. Honorable Mani, second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay,
Honorable
well,
colleagues, I am from Katsina State. Amin Mani is my name, representing Mindawa Mani. Yes, Chairman, House Committee on Lecture. I write to second the motion, heavily moved by my chief whip, that water should be provided in the chamber. So, to suspend the rule and provide water. Yes, so that Lake Chad would give...
Honorable Musa Fagenga,
I
please
so
take your
second.
seats. You can't leave yet. Those who support that the clerk provides water for the guests and members, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Ayes have it. The next is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to move railways from the exclusive legislative list to the concurrent legislative list. Voting starts now. Carried. Well, next is a bill for an act. Chairman, National Security, Honorable Shaban. A bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to allow states generate, transmit, and distribute electricity in areas covered by the national grid and for related matters. Voting starts now. Carried. 298 carried. Number 34 is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to provide for special seats for women in the National and State House of Assembly and for related matters. Is that the one she wants to amend? Honorable Kiruka. Honorable Kiruka. Go ahead. It's VAT. I better go with this. So we're voting on VAT, value added tax, to be moved to the exclusive legislative list. Voting starts now. That provision, that alteration has failed. The next provision is a bill for an act to alter the provisions. Honorable Wumi. Honorable colleagues, the next provision is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for special seats for women in the National and State Houses of Assembly and for related matters, and approve the recommendations therein. Vote now. They're just embarrassing the poor woman.
What I'm really doing to the world.
It's so sad. They can vote their no, but in a mature way. That provision Minority Leader, please take your seat. Minority Leader, please take your seat. Minority Leader, please take your seat. Honorable colleagues, that provision has failed, and we'll move on to the next.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order. Point of order. Because we are too much noise. Your Excellency, because we were confused, there was so much noise.
The next is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to expand the scope of citizenship by registration and for related matters, and approve the recommendations therein. You have to go and vote for this one.
They are begging that let us amend that from 10 to 20.
Yes, we've said that.
So we should do that.
We said that.
We'll take that one now. We'll take it.
Voting starts now. Honorable colleagues, before I hit the gavel, let me crave your indulgence. Let me crave your indulgence to very quickly explain the provision we just voted for now. In simple terms, what it means is that if you're married to somebody from another state and she comes to live with you, what this seeks to do is that after 5 years, she can acquire your indigenship of your state. That's what this vote is about. So we're going to take that vote again. Okay,
Point of order, sir. Point of order. Of course. Point of order.
So, Mr. Chairman, sir.
Order, sir.
I draw his attention to one is indigenship. One is citizenship.
Just forget.
This one. Is it the right word?
So, honorable colleagues, I mean, my apologies. It's not indigenship, it's citizenship. So if she's lived with you for 10 years, if you marry a foreigner and she's lived with you for 10 years, so you voted already, but you understood the import, the meaning. Okay, I think we're about to, it's just come up again. I did not hit the gavel. Those in, sorry.
Before the gavel, sir.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Hold on.
Before the speaker hits the gavel, colleagues, I just want to call our attention. This particular provision has to do with Nigerians living outside their community for a number of years. If you are in a community, for instance, I know the Yorubas in Katsina who have spent over some years. After 10 years, good behavior, what is called tax evidence of tax payment without Arabia, to be able to be identified as a member of that community and be given citizenship. That's what it's talking about. That's what it's talking about, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so basically it's actually about indigenship.
Excuse.
That's my understanding.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
So we'll start now.
You will not allow us to talk.
Yes.
So members are not enlightened on this clause. Members are not enlightened. Mr. Speaker, before you hit the gavel, I have something to say.
Please, honorable members.
Colleagues.
One house, please.
I want to apologize for this particular one. It is in another clause. This one particularly is referring to Nigerians married to non-Nigerian.
Point of order, sir.
Thank you.
No, we're not listening.
Thank you.
We don't like it.
All right, so that provision has failed. I want to recognize the majority leader of Ogun State House of Assembly, who apparently is in the gallery. The majority leader of the Ogun State House of Assembly, Honorable Sheriff, is in the gallery. Please stand up for recognition. You're welcome wherever you are. Thank you. The next bill is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for affirmative action for women in political party. Honorable colleagues, in political party administration and for related matters.
Amendments.
Voting starts now.
Amendments, sir. Amendments. Mr. Speaker, point of order. Mr. Speaker, amendments. Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order. Mr. Speaker, amendments. They don't. Amendment, sir.
Honorable colleagues. Honorable colleagues. Honorable Bamidele, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, my name is Bamidele Salam. Order! I represent the fantastic people of Eden North.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Order, please.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Bamidele Salam.
Okay.
I represent the fantastic people of Eden North, Eden South, Egbedon Rejigbo Federal Constituency of Osun.
Honorable members, somebody is on the floor with a point of order. Can we please listen to him? Honorable Bamidele, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I was calling your attention to the fact that I had an amendment on this clause before we went on for the voting, because I believe that with an amendment to the clause, Mr. Chairman, we may be able to reach a form of a consensus on this floor on the need to ensure greater participation for our women folk without necessarily discriminating against the men folk by reducing the percentage proposed in this clause from 35 to 15. That is the amendment I wanted to propose, Mr. Chairman. And I hereby propose, Mr. Chairman, I want to propose that the percentage proposed in the provision, in the clause, which was to guarantee that women have a minimum of 35% at all levels of party administration, should be changed to 15%. I so move, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Honorable colleagues, honorable colleagues, honorable colleagues. Before we take that amendment, please, I don't want us to be emotional. I want us to be practical and realistic. Now, What this amendment seeks to do, I'll give you an example. It says at all levels, and it's about party administration, nothing else. 35% for women. If you have 24 members in your executive, that means you have about a minimum of 6-7 women. That's all it means, out of 24. Now, honorable colleagues, please. Honorable colleagues, please. 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 This provision is to allow, we all go around talking about inclusiveness. We're not talking about elective office to the House, the Senate, or anywhere. We're talking about women participating in the administration of the... I want to plead with you, honorable members. Please, let us look at this and give it the seriousness it deserves. We are only asking for about 6-7, they are only asking for about 6-7 or thereabouts out of, say, for instance, 24 members in a party executive. So we'll put the votes again. Understand that it is this woman, honorable members, if you do your math and you do your statistics, you will understand that it is this woman that come out en masse to vote for you and I. They come out en masse to vote for you and I. You cannot now be seen working against their interest. This particular provision on party administration, I will publish this vote. Honorable colleagues, hey Mohammed, go and take your seat so that we can vote again. We are going to vote again. Right.
I have an amendment. Let that clause be amended to include young people and women and people living with disabilities, and we'll vote for it. And amendment! Okay, so ask the people with disabilities.
Honorable colleagues,
Amendment, Mr. Speaker.
we are about to vote again. We are about to vote again. Please take your seats. No, before we take the amendment.
Amendment, Mr. Speaker. Amendment.
Honorable colleagues,
Amendment.
it is time to vote. Voting starts now.
Amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Raji, please take your seat and vote. Vincent, please take your seat and vote. Honorable Benson, please take your seat and vote. Honorable Wale Oke, please take your seat and vote.
No.
Honorable Taiwo Oluga, you are not voting. Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
Before we hit the gavel, Honorable Bamidele had an amendment. He had an amendment from 35 to 33%. Is there a seconder, please? From 35 to 15%. Honorable Bagos. So the amendment is to reduce from 35 to 15%. That's Honorable Bamidele's amendment.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I'm Dr. Musa Bagos. I do second the amendment with the love we have for our women, that they should not go empty-handed. Honorable colleagues, let's give them the 15% at least for a start. I do second that we give them 15%. I so second, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues.
Honorable colleagues, where is he? Honorable colleagues, this is an amendment. This is an amendment where we will practice democracy and the whole world will know who voted for and who voted against. I can assure you, on this particular amendment, everybody will know who voted for and who voted against. It was seconded.
It was seconded by Bagos.
Bagos seconded it. Please, we're waiting for you to put up the screen for voting, please. We're going to put the question, we're going to vote on the amendment now. The amendment from 35 to 15% for party offices. Party offices. Voting starts now. Okay, so that provision has failed. That amendment has failed. We're going to move on to the next provision. The next amendment is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide criteria for qualification to become an indigene of a state in Nigeria and for related matters. Voting starts now.
For peace and unity. No. Ekoni baje o, ekoni baje. Yes.
All right, so that has also failed. What's your point of order?
Mr. Chairman, Onofiog Luke, 18 and 3 Bomsurubio Federal Constituency of Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Chairman, I want to crave your indulgence and the indulgence of the chair to give the latitude of explanation that you gave to other clauses, because there was a mix-up, Mr. Chairman. The clauses under what we have just considered, which is in report number 38, when you were giving explanation and the deputy chairman too, giving explanation as to when we're going to vote on bill number 36, that is expansion of the scope of citizenship by registration. And so there was a mix-up in the content of the clauses. You and the chairman and the deputy chairman took the clauses of what we have just voted for to explain for clauses of expansion of scope of citizenship by registration. So I believe that it would do us well to please give explanation and details for the purposes of understanding, sir, and so that we can go ahead to do that voting. That is my position, sir.
Honorable, I think it was made clear when mistakes were made in terms of explaining, we made it clear that that was a mistake. And this, what we just voted on now was so clear. Everybody, we can all read. These things were given to us even before now. So going and be explaining, Thursday last week, all the amendments were given to everybody. So I don't know what we're explaining again. When we do clause by clause consideration here, we just go clause 1, clause 2, clause 3, clause 4. And so what am I explaining again when we've all had this thing with ourselves for a week? If there's need for explanation, we'll explain. If we're explaining every single clause, we'll be here till tomorrow.
Of course, I do agree to what Honorable Luke said in terms of explanation, but I think we are doing certain things deliberately to hurt ourselves, not knowing that what we are doing is the interest of our constituents somewhere that we could be representing. And I give one example. I'm sorry to use this example. I was chairman federal character at the last assembly. And when list of those who benefited from Empower issues were generated, 60% of them that got from Bono, We are from the southeast. Issues came up, we have to manage it. These are the kind of things that would allow a Nigerian, wherever he files a resident, to have the opportunity to be an indigene. If I go to Sabon Gedi in Kano, we all know, why should somebody stay in a particular environment for a period of 20, 30 years, and you are now saying, no, he can't be an indigene, and we are here celebrating, are we really working in the interest of our country? That's what I'm saying, we are hurting ourselves, as far as I'm concerned.
It's ridiculous.
Compared to us.
To provide for... Okay, the next bill is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to empower the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation, and Fiscal Commission to enforce compliance with remittance of accruals into and disbursement of revenue from the Federation account and streamline the procedure for reviewing the revenue allocation formula and for related matters. Voting starts now. Of course he cannot be. Eh? Of course he cannot be happy. Honorable colleagues, please take your seats. The voting is going on. 260 carried.
So to give more wives more opportunity to benefit. Huh?
But just rubbish, man. Shouldn't be. The next is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to enhance the independence of certain bodies and for related matters and approve the recommendations. Voting starts now. Carried. Next is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to remove transitional lawmaking powers from the executive arms of government and for related matters and approve the recommendations therein. Voting starts now. Voting starts now. Oh, really? In Lagos? Okay. Okay, this provision is carried. The next is the bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to expand immunity to the legislative and judicial arms of government and for related matters, legislative and judicial arms of government. Voting starts now. All right, so that provision for the judiciary and the legislative arms of government has failed. The next is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to specify the time within which the executive shall present the National Assembly any treaty between the Federation and any other country for enactment. Voting starts now. Carried. The next is a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to specify the period within which the President or the Governor shall present the appropriation bill before the National Assembly or House of Assembly. Voting starts now. if this bill, all the views of women passed in the Senate?
I don't think so.
Carried. Next is a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to require the president or governor to submit the names of persons nominated as ministers and commissioners within 30 days of taking the oath of office and commission by the Senate.
Amendment.
Voting starts now.
Amendment. No, portfolio.
$289 carried. That the House to the next is the bill for an act to alter the third schedule to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to include presiding officers of the National Assembly in the membership of the National Security Council and for related matters. Voting starts now. Okay, that provision is carried. The next is a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to establish the State Security Council and for related matters and approve the recommendation therein. Voting starts now. So we should recognize it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, before we hit the gavel, Honorable Hembe, well, first of all, 304 have passed this particular amendment. I won't hit the gavel. Honorable Hembe, what's your amendment? That will be a voice vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I voted yes for this particular amendment, but even though the provision requires that any other persons as the governor may, in his discretion, appoint, I think that in most states we have military commands. There is a civil defense corps, and in some places Air Force bases, Nigeria Army commands, civil defense corps, and any such other body. So I just want to particularly include the Nigerian Army commander and the civil defense commander in the state. That's my amendment. They are not included there. It is not included. It is, hold on.
Any seconder? Okay. Are we ready? Honorable Jobe.
Honorable Chairman, my dear colleagues, Tijana Abdulkadir Jobe is my name. I do second the motion as ably moved by Honorable Hemi Hembe.
Those in support of the amendment, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. Those in support of the amendment, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. I'm going to put it one more time. Those in support of the amendment, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. The nays have it. The bill is passed by 304 votes. The next is a bill for an act to alter the second schedule to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to empower the National Assembly and State Houses of Assembly to summon the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and governors of states to answer questions on issues on which the National and State Houses of Assembly have the powers to make laws. Voting starts now. Carried. Next is a bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to reduce the period within which the President or the Governor of a state may authorize the withdrawal of monies from the Consolidated Revenue Fund in the absence of an appropriation act from 6 months to 3 months. Voting starts now. That provision is carried. The next is a bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to replace the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation and the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federal Government, and for related matters. Voting starts now. Failed. Okay, so that Consolidated Revenue.
Respected colleagues, I don't know. I think we need to understand this particular provision. There is a term now to separate the office of the Accountant General of the Federation. When you create, it's about division of power. If you do that now, you need now an Accountant General of the Federation separate, and then Accountant General of Nigeria separate. This is to give room for the next clause to take place. And you are saying no. It's about division of power. No, it has failed. It's explanation. Haba.
Mr.
Chairman, please take it.
I'm voting 50, not 49. I better put it again.
Take it again, sir.
It's about nomenclature. Separation.
No, you see, certain things are done deliberately.
They are tired. They are tired. That's the reason why. They are tired.
That's why you are here.
They are tired. We'll finish now. This national service. These are old men. They are tired. No. You are older than me now.
Okay, so we're taking that vote again. Voting starts now. Yes.
This one in 8 assembly. Separation. Who carries it to go with the constituent?
Carried. The next is the bill for an act to separate the office of the Accountant General from the office of the federal government, from the office of the Accountant General of the Federation. Voting starts now. So you want this, but you don't want the one that... No, it's okay. That's all I needed. You can check the way. Honourable members, the next item is the bill to specify the time frame for the conduct of population census. Voting starts now. Yeah, exactly. You know how pain, assuming that this bill. Carried. The next bill is a bill that seeks to separate the office of the Attorney General of the Federation of the State, separate from the office of the Minister of Justice. Voting starts now. Carried. Next is a bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to provide for a State of the Nation and State of the State address by the President and Governor. Voting starts now. Let me say something to you. There's nothing you do now. Your vote was under 100. Under. So what would anybody say? Under 100. If you take that vote 50 times, would that pass? After threatening them. Carried. Next is the bill to alter the Constitution to include former heads of the National Assembly in the Council of State and for related matters. Please upload. Mohammed, please. Go to stars now. That provision is carried, 282 votes. Next is a bill to alter the provision of the Constitution to provide for the transition of tenure of certain elected officials on account of a change of political party. All right, honorable colleagues, this provision is the one that treats other arms of government the same way legislative arm is treated. In other words, as it is today, if you're in the National Assembly cross carpet, it says if there's no division, you will vacate your seat. What this provision does is for uniformity that if you're a deputy governor or governor, if you cross carpet and there's no division, you will lose your seat. The voting starts now. Provisions of the Federal Government of Nigeria to enhance existing provisions of the formation of political parties and for related matters, and approve the recommendation. Basically, if you want to form a political party, you have to have presence in 2/3 and all of those things. That's what this is about. Can we put up the screen?
In fact, there's a provision for the registration. There's no provision for registration.
Registration. All right, voting starts now.
You understand?
I wonder if carried by 295 votes. The next is a bill for independent candidacy for president, governor, National Assembly. Voting starts now. There's nothing to explain. Voting starts now. Carried by 269 votes. The next bill is a bill to provide for diaspora voting. Voting starts now. The bill has failed. Next is a bill for an act to provide for the office of the mayor for the Federal Capital Territory and the federal managers. Voting starts now. The mayor of FCT in the house, is he here? Kotangora? Abdullah? Mayor of FCT. We're going to redo it. I haven't hit the gavel. You need 7 more votes. We are at 233. You need 7 more votes.
You go press. So.
Okay, on the mayor of FCT, the voting starts now. Carried by 245 votes. The next bill is a bill to provide for the appointment of a minister from the Federal Capital Territory. Voting starts now. Carried. Honorable Maki, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Abubakar Maki Eleman. I'm from Jigawa State. I represent Malamuru Kaugama Federal Constituency
Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, I stand on Order 1, Rule 2. Mr. Speaker, from number 1 to 62. Yeah, check your standing order. I can read it for you. Mr. Speaker, Order 1, Rule 2, the proceeding in the House of Reps and in all committees of the House shall be conducted in accordance with their standing orders. So, Mr. Speaker, based on that, I could recall that Mr. Honorable Luke raised up with a standing order and explained to you, and you already came in and said, already we are given a document, we have to go through it and peruse it. Then when we come here, it's just for you to call the bill, then it's yes or no, we vote. So as such, we pass a lot of bills that need some explanation. Some people need some explanation so that they can vote yes or no. But in a situation where some bills are selected, I'm coming, and some bills are selected, sir. Protect me, Mr. Chairman. Protect me. I need your protection, sir. I need your protection, sir. I need your protection.
You are protected, you are protected.
Yes. My honorable colleagues, listen to me, Mr. Like a situation where we pass a bill on VAT, in which most of the people, if they explain to them the importance of it, they may change their mind and revote. But a situation where people already casted their vote and people will come back, the chairman or the deputy chairman will come and explain or shed more light, and also the result will come in a different way. Mr. Speaker, that's why I stand on this standing order. I so submit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the point of order. Can you identify the members that need explanation? Who are the members that need explanation?
Mr. Speaker.
Is it Gagdi? Does Honorable Gagdi need explanation?
Please, let me hear Mr. Chairman. Let me hear him. Yes.
Or is it Honorable Nwokolo that needs explanation?
Sir?
Okay, your point is noted. Thank you. The next is a bill to alter the Constitution to correct the error in the definition of the boundary of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. It's just one word. Voting starts now.
Deleting plateau from the former boundary. Nasarawa then was under plateau.
So I'm made to understand we're deleting plateau from the former boundary. Honorable Ojo, is there a matter that affects NDDC? Is there anything that affects NDDC the way you are? $289 carried. The next is an amendment to make free, compulsory, and basic education a fundamental right of all citizens under Chapter 4 of the Constitution. Free, compulsory, basic education, fundamental human right. This requires 4/5. It requires 288 votes, not 250, not 240, 288. Voting starts now. I will publish. Honorable colleagues, if you don't consider education a fundamental right, that means you consider it a privilege. That's the opposite. We need 288 votes. Well done, honorable members. 307 votes. The next is a bill to further define acts that constitute torture, inhuman or degrading treatment. This also requires 288 votes, 4/5. Voting starts now. Voting starts now.
Mr. Speaker, my computer is not working.
We're short of okay, we'll take it one more time and whatever happens, happens.
Explanation, Mr. Chairman. Explanation. This thing has to do with women.
I have the explanation. This is in conformity with international standard in terms of rule of engagement and other things. This is all about the bill. Conforming with international standards.
Redefining the meaning of terrorism and all of that. Voting starts now. That provision has failed. The next is a bill to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to require the government to direct its policy towards ensuring rights to food and food security in Nigeria. And for related matters, voting starts now. Yes, immediately. To 296. Voting starts now.
I'm sorry to announce that this is again in conformity with international standard. Civil defense all over are known for management of what's it called civil and civility within society. It is so. It's not only in Nigeria that this is done. That's it. It was created by Act of National Assembly, but we need to deepen it to be in a complete structure.
Carried by 275 votes. The next is a bill to alter the constitution to establish the National and State Council of Traditional Rulers to advise the President and governors on matters related to customs, security, and public order. Voting starts now.
Call my speaker, Sadok King Yahudi, because I believe the title is very important. So I also believe that some of us, thank you, they need a space. Thank you.
Carried by 5 votes, 245. Honorable colleagues, the last amendment for today. The last amendment for today. Honorable colleagues. Honorable colleagues.
Hey, Honorable sir. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
Who has a point of order?
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
Mr. Chairman, honorable members.
Amendment.
Mr.
Amendment, sir.
Honorable members, please. Ado Dogwa is my name, Mr. Speaker. My respected colleagues, I rise at this moment and at this hour to speak to my respected colleagues, please. Mr. Chairman, my respected colleagues, I would like to put my voice this time around behind the voices of the Nigerian women. I want to plead with honorable members that given the circumstances that all other clauses that have gone out now were against the women, so to say, I rise today as a husband of 4 and a father of so many daughters to plead to honorable members to please make sure that this thing passes, and if need be, I would like to move for an amendment to make it 20%, not just 10%. Allow it pass. So you allow 10%.
Amendment.
Please allow 10% to pass. Please, Mr. Chairman, please. Please, honorable members, please. If you don't want to increase,
Honorable,
please.
Honorable Jimmy
Point of
Benson.
order, Mr. Speaker, we can't find it in the...
Honorable Jimmy Benson, yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Isadaki Yari, a gender-friendly speaker. My Deputy Speaker, you have shown yourself to be a leader for women emancipation. I stand, Honorable Speaker, to request and to beg and to move that the House consider that 3 bills belonging to the women folks has been killed today, Mr. Speaker. This fourth bill, Mr. Speaker, I think members should please kindly consider the request that this Mr.
You are
Speaker,
seconding the amendment, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, and therefore, I stand to second the motion ably moved by my leader, who has said the right thing. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Those against, please say nay.
How many percentage? How many percent?
Those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
The nays have it.
Those against, please say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. Before we vote,
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members.
Point of order,
please.
Mr. Speaker.
Please, honorable members, before we vote.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
We have voted on 3 matters that concern women. This is the last vote for today. What this says is that when the president appoints ministers, he should appoint minimum of 20%. So when you have, for instance, if you have, for instance, 40 ministers, 20%,
Mr. Chairman,
is 8.
Point of order, sir.
20% is 8.
Point of
Honorable
order.
Toby.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order, sir. Point of order. Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think is it me recognized, sir? Who is recognized? Is it me, sir? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my point of order is on the matter of privilege, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Toby has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, go ahead. This report of the committee on constitutional amendments.
No, Honorable Toby has the floor. Go ahead. Try the whip is your okay.
The more you guys talk,
Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, Mr. Chairman, I want to bring myself and I make these observations mindful the duty we owe to ourselves and the duty we owe to the Federal Republic. Mr. Speaker, any society that excludes 50% of its population is not going to live up to its potentials. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, it does not hurt, it does not injure, it does not do any harm Republic if we bring our women folk up to speed. And 20% of it, Mr. Speaker, is not out of place. Mr. Speaker, this is an exercise that will be, this is a performance, a responsibility that will be exercised by the person in authority and can bring the best of our women and give them positions. Sometimes, by the actions we take, we are already living up to the letter and spirit of that aspiration. Mr. Speaker, in the judiciary, our women are doing very well. The appointments that have been given by our various presidents, the women have done well. I do not think that there will be any reason that will make it possible at this very last straw, the very last vote we are going to cast, to exclude our women to have that affirmative action. We should be able, as determined by our laws, as expected, as human beings, as people who constitute about 51% of the population, for us to give a helping hand. So I support that we should vote positively for it, 20% in that regard.
Is there anybody that wants to vote speak against? I'm opening this for 2 minutes. If we're not supposed to debate. This is consideration of clause by clause. Is there anybody that wants to speak against 20% for women? Anybody? Those voting starts now. Yes, well, I have not hit the gavel yet. What? Yeah, go ahead.
Amendment, sir. Amendment. It's an amendment.
Go ahead. Go ahead now.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, I remain Kabir Tukura, and I speak for the people of Zulu.
Honorable colleagues.
Mr. Speaker, I come by way of amendment.
Honorable colleagues. Honorable colleagues. Honorable colleagues. The system is down. The system is down, and I'm going to put the questions. Those in favor of the 20% for women say aye. Those against, please say nay. Clearly, 230s, the ayes have it. 20% for women.
Thank you, my speaking speaker, the Sadoki of Yauri, Right Honorable Femi Bajabian Miller, and his able deputy, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. My respected colleagues, I rise to move that this House to report to plenary and report progress. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I so move.
Honorable Nkiru, please second. Honorable Nkiru, please second plenary. Second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues.
Honorable, please leave the cards behind. Leave your voting cards in the machine. Honorable, please leave the voting cards in the machine.
Respected colleagues, can we take our seats? The procedure is not yet completed.
Please, honorable members, please, Please, members, take your seats. Honorable Obonta. Honorable Obonta. Obonta. Not Obonta.
Respected colleagues, the House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to abrogate the state joint local government account and provide for a special account into which shall be paid all allocations due to local government councils from the federation account and from the government of the state and for related matters. And by e-voting, approve clauses 1 to 6, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. Respected colleagues, the House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Committee on 1999 Constitution Review and on the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to establish local government as a tier of government and guarantee their democratic existence, tenure, and for related matters, approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda. Respected colleagues, the House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the report of the 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to change the name of Afikpo North and Afikpo South local government areas and following matters by e-voting and approve clauses 1 to 3, the long title and the explanatory memoranda. Respected colleagues, the House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of the 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federation of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to change the name of Kunchi local government area and for matter and approve clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to change the names of Idagbo North and Idagbo South local government areas and for related matters. By e-voting, approve clauses 1 to 3, the long title and the explanatory memoranda. Respected colleagues, the House in the Committee of the Whole.
Please, honorable members, please take your seats. Please.
On the review of 1999 Constitution.
Take your seats, please.
On a bill for an act to alter the provision of Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to change the name of Barikiladi local government area and by e-voting rejected the report. Respected colleagues, the House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on the Bill for an Act to alter the provision of Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to correct the name Atigbo local government area and for related matters by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title and the explanatory memorandum of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on the Bill for an Act to alter the provision of Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to correct the name of Obia Akpo local government area and related matters by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda. Respected colleagues, the House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of the 1999 Constitution on the Bill for an Act to alter the provision of Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for the financial independence of State Assembly, House of Assembly and State Judiciary and for related matters by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 5, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. We are not yet there. Respected colleagues, the House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on the Bill for an Act to alter the provisions to the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to compel persons to obey or comply with legislative summons and for related matters by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 4, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. Respected colleagues, the House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of the 1999 Constitution on the Bill for an Act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to regulate the first session and inauguration of members-elect of the National and State House of Assembly and for related matters by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 5, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. Respected colleagues, the House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of the 1999 Constitution on a Bill for an Act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to institutionalize legislative bureaucracy in the Constitution and for related matters by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 9, clauses 10 as amended, clauses 12 to 11, the long title and the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a Bill for an Act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for procedure for passing Constitution alteration bill where the President withheld assent and for related matters by e-voting rejected the recommendation of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on the Bill for an Act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide the procedure for overriding executive veto in respect of money bill and for related matters by e-voting approved clauses 1, clause 2 as amended, clauses 2 and 3, the long title and the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee to alter the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for the procedure of removing presiding officers of the legislature and for related matters by e-voting rejected the recommendations of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a Bill for an Act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to provide pension for presiding officers of the National Assembly and for related matters by e-voting rejected the recommendation of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a Bill for an Act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to establish the Federal Revenue Courts and Revenue Courts of the state and for related matters by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 18, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the Review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to further strengthen the judiciary for timely dispensation of justice and for related matters approved by e-voting, clauses 1 to 31, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on 1999 Constitution alteration on the provision to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to provide the timeline within which civil and criminal cases are heard and determined at trial and appellate courts in order to eliminate unnecessary delay in justice, administration and delivery, and for labor by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the 1999 Constitutional Review on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to ensure uniformity in retirement age, pension right of judicial officers, spurious course of records, and for related matters by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 3, long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on 1999 Constitutional Alteration and on need to delete the reference to the provisions of the Criminal Code, Penal Code, Criminal Procedure, and Criminal Procedure Code or Evidence Act and for related matters by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1992 to exclude the period of intervening events in computation of time for determining pre-election petitions, election petition and appeal, therefore, and for related matters by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the 1999 Constitution Review to allow courts or tribunal proceedings to be conducted remotely, virtually, online, or through the media platform or technological innovation and for related matters approved by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 4, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the 1999 Review to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to expand the interpretation of judicial office to include courts of tribunals created by Act of National Assembly or a state of law of the State House Assembly and for later matters by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The special colleagues, the House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the Review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to provide for the post-call qualification of Secretary of the National Judicial Council and for related matters by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the 1999 Constitution on a bill to alter, for an act to alter the provisions for the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to permit public servants to engage in healthcare, education, production services, and farming, and for related matters by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to impose the requirements of fair hearing in the process of removal of judicial officers by State Judicial Service Commission and for related matters and by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on 1999 Constitution and Bill for an Act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to include judges of the National Industrial Court in the composition of election tribunal and for later matters by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the ad hoc committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to move airports from exclusive legislative list to the concurrent legislative list and for later matters by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 4, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the 1999 Constitutional Review to alter the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to move fingerprints, identification, and criminal records from exclusive legislative list to concurrent legislative list and for later matters by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 4, the long title, and the explanatory memoranda of the report. Respected colleagues, the House in the Committee of the Whole reviewed consider the report of the Special Ad Committee on 1999 Constitutional alteration to alter the provision of Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to delete prisons in the exclusive legislative list and designated as correctional service in concurrent legislative list and for later matters by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 4, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on 1999 Constitutional alteration and move railway from the exclusive legislative list to the concurrent legislative list and for later matters by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 4, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on 1999 Constitution alteration and allow states to generate, transmit, distribute electricity in area covered by the national grid and for later matters and by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the Part 1 of the second schedule of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to include value-added tax on the excluded list and for later matters, and by e-voting rejected the recommendations of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on the bill for an act to alter the provision of Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for special seat for women in the National and State House Assembly for later matters, and by e-voting rejected the recommendations of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to expand the scope of citizenship by registration and for later matters rejected recommendations of the report. Respected colleagues, the House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the review of 1999 Constitution on the bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for affirmative action in women in political party administration and political matters by e-voting rejected the recommendations of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the 1999 Constitution on the bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide criteria for qualification to become an indigent of a state in Nigeria and for later matters by e-voting rejected the recommendations of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee 1999 Constitution Review for the bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to empower Revenue, Mobilization, Education, and Fiscal Commission to enforce compliance with remittance of accruals into and disbursement of revenue from the Federation account, and streamline the procedure for reviewing the revenue allocation formula and for later matters approved clauses 1 to 4, the long title, the and the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Act Committee on 1999 Constitution Review on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to enhance the independence of certain bodies and following matters approved clauses 1 to 4, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the 1999 Special Act Committee on Constitutional Review for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to move transitional lawmaking powers from the executive arm of government and for related matters, and by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Act Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to expand immunity to legislative and judicial arms of government and for related matters, rejected recommendations of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to specify the time within which the executive shall present to the National Assembly any treaty between the Federation and any other country for enactment and for related matters, and by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Committee on 1999 Constitutional Review to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to specify the period within which the President or Governor of a state shall present the appropriation bill before the National Assembly or House of Assembly and for related matters, and by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 4, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to require the President or governors to submit the names of persons nominated as ministers or commissioners within 30 days of taking oath of office for confirmation by the Senate or State Assembly, and for this matter approved clauses 1 to 4, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Committee on the 1999, the Special Act Committee on 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the third schedule to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to include presiding officers as National Assembly, of the National Assembly in the membership of the National Security Council, and for related matter approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on the bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to establish State Security Council and for related matters, by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 4, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on the bill for an act to alter the schedule of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to empower the National Assembly and the State Houses of Assembly to summon the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and governors of the state to answer questions on issues on which the National Assembly and the State Assembly have the powers to make laws, and for related matters approved clauses 1 to 4, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the 1999 Constitutional Review to reduce the period within which the President or Governor of the state may authorize the withdrawal of monies from the Consolidated Revenue Fund in the absence of Appropriation Act from 6 months to 3 months, and for related matters by e-voting approved clauses 1 to 4, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the 1999 Constitution Review Special Article Committee on a Bill for an Act to alter the provision of the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to replace the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation with the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federal Government and for related matters, approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House, in the Committee of the Whole, considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of the 1999 Constitution on the Bill for an Act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to establish the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation separate from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation and for related matters by e-voting, approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House, in the Committee of the Whole, considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on a review of the 1999 Constitution on a Bill for an Act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to specify the time frame for the conduct of population census and for related matters, approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House, in the Committee of the Whole, considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a Bill for an Act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to establish the Office of Attorney General of the Federation and of the State separate from the Office of the Minister of Justice or Commissioners for Justice of the State, and in order to make the Office of the Attorney General independent and insulated from partisanship and for related matters by e-voting, approved clauses 1 to 9, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House, in the Committee of the Whole, considered the report of the Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on the Bill for an Act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for State of the Nation and State of the State address by the President and Governors and for related matters by e-voting, approved clauses 1 to 4, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House, in the Committee of the Whole, considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on a review of the 1999 Constitution on a Bill for an Act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to include former heads of the National Assembly in the Council of State and for related matters, and by e-voting, approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, and the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House, in the Committee of the Whole, considered the report of the review of the Committee on Review of 1999 Constitution on a Bill for an Act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for the termination of tenure of certain elected officials on account of change of political party and for related matters, approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House, in the Committee of the Whole, considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on the Bill for an Act to alter the provision of Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to enhance existing provisions on the formation of political parties and for related matters, and by e-voting, approved clauses 1 to 4, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House, in the Committee of the Whole, considered the report of the Ad hoc Committee, Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a Bill for an Act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for independent candidacy in the presidency, governorship, National Assembly, State Assembly, and local government council elections, and for related matters, and approved clauses 1 to 8, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House, in the Committee of the Whole, considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a Bill for an Act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for diaspora voting and for related matters, rejected the recommendations of the report. The House, in the Committee of the Whole, considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution to alter on a Bill for an Act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for the office of the Mayor for the Federal Capital Territory Administration, Abuja, and for related matters, approved clauses 1 to 6, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House, in the Committee of the Whole, consider the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on the bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for the appointment of minister from the Federal Capital Territory and for related matters, and by voting approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the 1999 Constitutional Review to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to correct the error in the definition of the boundary of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, and for related matters approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to make free, compulsory basic education a fundamental right, and citizens under Chapter 4 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and by e-voting, approved clauses 1 to 4, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to further define acts that constitute torture, inhuman, or degrading treatment, and for related matters, rejected the recommendations of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on a bill for an act to alter the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to require the government to direct its policies towards ensuring right to food and food security in Nigeria, and for related matters approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on the bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to reflect the establishment and core functions of Nigerian security and civil defense corps and related matters, and by e-voting, approved clauses 1 to 3, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. The House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the 1999 Constitutional Review on a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to establish the National and State Council of Traditional Rulers and to advise the President and Governors on matters related to customs, security, and public order, and for related matters, and by e-voting, approved clause 1 to 6, the long title, the explanatory memoranda of the report. Lastly, the House in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Special Ad hoc Committee on the review of 1999 Constitution on the bill for an act to alter the provision of Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide a minimum percentage for women in ministerial commissioner nominees and for related matters by e-voting, approved clauses 1 and 2, clause 3 as amended, clause 4, the long title, and the explanatory memoranda of the report. So you move for the amendment of this particular is what I'm giving, is the record of the House. Thank you. So by approve, let me say approve, clause 1, 2, 3 as amended, the clause 4, the long title, and the explanatory memoranda of the report. Any other business? Leader, move for the adoption of the report. To the mic, please. that you have to remove your card first. Well, I'll go procedurally in the responsibility of the deputy leader to second the motion. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Against say nay. That's have it. Leader, move for the adjournment of the House to tomorrow 11 a.m. But before then, I want to also join the leader to thank you immensely for the contribution, resilience, patience, and you have demonstrated your leadership by staying behind to the conclusion. And I want to thank you, and I wish our constituents will see those who are really working for them. And it has always been the same group of persons that are seated now that have always been around to consider the report of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you very much. I so appreciate.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My respected colleagues, I once again thank you for being patient with today's proceedings and your understanding to have a united Nigeria as patriotic members of this great chamber. I therefore move, as directed by the Speaker, that this Honorable House do adjourn till tomorrow, Wednesday, the 2nd day of March 2022 by 11 a.m. as usual. Honorable Speaker, respected colleagues, I respectively move. Thank you. Honorable Noli, you should see the leader after sitting immediately.
Now that aviation has gone into concurrent list, you need to see the leader.
And you must remove your dark glasses. Don't come with my own type of glasses. That one is fake. The one you are using is a fake glass.
Honorable, look, you have said so much. Let me recognize my brother there. Those